Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday morning for some people, Saturday afternoon for other people. I am excited about an afternoon of reading. I have gotten really into the books that I've read this week, and I just kind of want to keep that momentum up. And I thought, what better way to do that than to hop on sprints? So, as you can see from down there, I am reading City of Brass. I am 22% into this one, and I think what I've decided is I'm going to try and read about 25% every day, and that will pretty much keep me on track for finishing this chunky book by the time I need to be done with it. I almost picked up the sequel at Barnes& and Noble yesterday, but I didn't because I went to the 50 like buy one get one 50% off table instead, and I was like I could get one book for full price, or I could get one book for full price and another book for half price and spend more money because my brain doesn't work. But I'm reading this book and then I'm going to start Nestlings, which is my little sisterhood of the traveling book. And I think this one's going to be spooky. Look at the cover. I did not read this one during Summerween like I wanted to, so I need to read it so I can get it in the mail and send it to the next person. But what is everybody else reading? What are y'all up to today? Um, Tell me all the things. I want to know them. Hello, welcome to Sprints. Ah, hi Tara. Happy Saturday reading The Lost Story. I keep hearing really good things about this one, but if I get too sleepy, I'll be up doing some housework and listening to The City of Brass. I wish I had the audiobook. I'm really enjoying just like reading it physically, but I wish I had the audiobook too. I feel like once you're in the chapter, though, the 30-page chapters don't seem as bad, but they are daunting when you first like open it up and see how long a chapter is. Ooh. Oh, hi, Liv. So glad you're doing these. I'm stuck in bed with a killer sinus headache. Liv, I feel like you have not been able to catch a break lately. I hope you feel better soon. Yay for all these summer storms. We are getting them too. It's so gloomy outside today, but that's kind of nice for reading. Hoping that starting the Lost Story will cheer me up. Well, Tara's reading that right now, and then who finished it in my Discord last night? Lydia finished it last night and really liked it. I know we hope you feel better. Going to enjoy the cozy vibes and gloomy weather and take advantage of it by reading a 10 today. That sounds like a perfect day. Hello, Amy. Are you going to sprint and read with us, or do you have other stuff going on today? Hello, Hannah. Keeping me company while I declutter and make room in my book room. May the odds be ever in your favor, because that sounds like a daunting task. I meant to reorganize my bookshelf during my summer break, and I don't know where the time has gone because I have less than a week left of summer break. I don't have the time to do it. Hey, Linda, feeling much better today and eating real food. Yay, I'm so happy. You were not feeling good the other day because I don't cook. Real food is food I don't have to cook, aka peanut butter toast and yogurt with strawberries. That actually sounds delicious right now. If one has to not feel great, at least you get to read. Facts. Okay, Linda, you started It Ends With Us yesterday. What are your kind of preliminary thoughts on that? I'm curious. So we all hope you feel better. I should read One Perfect Couple before I have to turn it back into the library. When is it due back? I thought that one was really fun. I know I've seen some mixed opinions about it lately, but I thought it was really, really fun. But I also love reality TV, probably a little bit too much. And the book went by a lot faster than I thought it was going to go. What pair of frames do you have? Are they the Kirby? Yeah, so this is a little shout out to my glasses. These are my pair I wear glasses. Usually I just have the clear on, but I've been feeling sassy. So I have a little tortoiseshell frame, but these are the Kirby. Sometimes I think they're a little bit too wide for my face, but I also feel like the ones that are like narrower are too small for my face. My books keep falling out of my lap. That's a problem. So I like them overall. I really like that I can put sunglasses on these. Liking it so far, but because I know the premise, I keep sitting here waiting for the other shoe to drop. And drop it will. It will. But it's good that you know kind of what the book is going into it instead of letting it kind of hit you like a shockwave. Because I feel like some people open up that book because it's got like the cute girly cover and they're in for a cute girly time and it ends up not being a cute girly time. And that can be a little bit triggering and shocking for people. Also started randomly listening to Things We Save in a Fire. I feel like a lot of people are having like a Catherine Center summer, and there is nothing wrong with that. Well, guys, I've got our little 45-minute clock set up. I just, for anyone that doesn't come to my public sprints very often, I love an ambiance room, but I also hate ads. So I've kind of stopped using them. And I just put a 45-minute timer up. And that way, if you're listening to an audiobook, you can focus on your audiobook. If you want to put music in the background, you can do that, which is what I do. Um, I'll put the Spotify playlist link here if anybody wants to know what I'm listening to while I read. But let's go ahead and get started. I also put a question on the little screen for everybody to answer when we come back, just because I don't know. I guess I'm in teacher mode and it's like icebreaker mode, and I want to know all the things about everybody. So if you want to answer the question when we come back, I would love to know your answer. They look good. I think those are the frames I'm going to get. I can't stop spending so much money on glasses. I have to get progressive sunglasses, and reading glasses. Goodness gracious. Well, yeah, like these are the only glasses I have now. And then I can do sunglasses in frames. And like the sunglass toppers don't have any sort of prescription. They just sit on top of your glasses. My only complaint is because I wear really thick glasses, they're a little bit thick on the side. Like I feel like that looks a little bit awkward. And obviously the pattern doesn't go all up and down the arm. But when you're looking at somebody head on, you wouldn't know that. And if I have my hair down, I feel like it's not as obvious, but I just hate how thick they are. And they do feel a little bit heavy sometimes when you have the frame on. But it's like a very minor complaint. I still like these a lot. Alrighty, let me get us going and we can get to reading, which is what I'm really excited to do today. Hey guys, welcome back. I see that some of y'all are answering the question, what's your favorite Disney song? Um, so the reason I asked that is I was, mindlessly scrolling on TikTok this morning when I woke up, and apparently there was some 80s, 90s Disney concert at the Hollywood Bowl in California last night, and Corbin Blue did like a live concert, not concert, but like a live song of Eye to Eye by Powerline from the Goofy movie. And I always forget how much I love that song until I hear that song. And like he did the dance and everything. Just like it just made my day. I wouldn't say that's my favorite Disney song, but it is one that like makes me so incredibly happy. So if you haven't seen a clip from that concert, go search it out because it just like it brought the biggest smile to my face. The original, or not the original, but the voice of Goofy from a Goofy movie and Corbin Blue also sang On the Open Road together. Just, I would have loved to have been at that concert. But I don't know that I can pick a favorite Disney song actually. Mm, Probably Out There from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I love that song so much. But also, if you bring up another Disney song, I'm probably going to say that's my favorite Disney song. I can't really pick. I just like talking about Disney. All right, let me scroll back up and see where we left off. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Leda joined us. Just finished. He started, or yeah, finished. He started it by Samantha Downing, and I don't know what I'm reading next. Well, Lena, if you're here, let us know what you decided to pick up. I didn't even tell y'all how I did. Um, Sorry, mind blank. I started reading this book. I don't know if anybody was watching my face while I was reading it, but the end of chapter one had one of the grossest scenes I've ever read in a book, ever. Like I felt physically ill. But that said, it's really good so far. I've highlighted a lot of things, wrote down a lot of things in there. So that book is pretty gross. Sewing up orders today while I have the Hunger Games on in the background. That is a perfect thing to have on in the background. Hey Kendall, spending the last day dog sitting and just laying around reading the Lost Story, so I needed these sprints. Y'all need like a Lost Story club. I feel like a lot of people are reading that right now. Favorite Disney song is going to be so hard to narrow down because I love so many, but I'm going to have to go with I'll Make a Man Out of You from Mulan. I sing that song all the time in my classroom because I'm constantly saying, let's get down to business. And they're like, what are you doing? Late reading at the Spell Shop. Excited to be reading with you today. I definitely need the accountability. That book sounds so good. Everyone who has read it so far has made me like itch to get my fingers on it. Hello, Danny. The Housemaid's Watching, 31%. Are you liking The Housemaid's Watching? I feel like it's gotten some mixed reviews. That's the third one, right? I can't remember what the second one is called right now, but that's the one with the white cover. Hello. Hello, Rachel. Sewing today while listening to The Lost Story. See, everybody's reading The Lost Story today. I need to get on that one. I'm late, but I'm glad to be here listening to The Husbands today and working on my reading journal. Lindsay, how are you liking The Husbands? That one has gotten such mixed reviews. I liked it just fine, but how are you liking it? Hello, Jeannie. Just hopping on, watching review videos on smart rings, trying to decide if I'm going to spend the money on one. If you make your decision during sprints, let us know. They're so intriguing to me. I don't know that I would ever get one, but they are very, very intriguing to me. Not sure what I'll be reading. I'm in 1984 by George Orwell, but it's heavy. Yes, it is. So I want to start something lighter as well. Just not sure what. Well, what are you in the mood for? Romance, thriller, fantasy? Favorite Disney song? Such a hard question. Sorry. I'm like in a very cozy mood because it's actually cold enough to have my snuggie on. So I'm trying to get all snuggly. Um, Top of the list would probably be Colors of the Wind by Pocahontas, Reflection by Mulan, and A Whole New World from Aladdin. So many more could be added. I completely agree. Colors of the Wind I don't know if anybody grew up in the same time that I did, but if you bought the Lion King VHS tape when it first came out, there was a preview for Pocahontas, but it wasn't like a traditional preview. It was just the clip from the movie of Colors of the Wind. And I never fast forwarded through the commercials on the Lion King because I loved it so much. It was the Colors of the Wind, and it was also the Disney World commercial where the little boy is helping his little brother pack his suitcase and telling him about Ichabod's Wild Ride and like giving him advice on going to Disney World. And I loved that commercial so much. And it still like makes me teary eyed when I see the YouTube video of that commercial. I'm rambling. Hello. Favorite Disney song? That's like asking your favorite book or favorite child. I like a lot of them, but Hercules has my favorite soundtrack, I think. Sorry, guys. I gotta make some coffee next sprint. I haven't had any yet today. And Tangled. Oh, I love the Tangled soundtrack. Um, Kingdom, is it called Kingdom Dance? The instrumental music when they're in the kingdom and they're dancing around and she's getting her hair braided and she's braiding all the little kids' hair. I love that music so much. And The Little Mermaid. Guys, did y'all see, and this might just be like the side of social media that pops up on my For You page. Jodie Benson, the original voice of Ariel, has a daughter named Delaney Benson. And Delaney just played Ariel in a production of The Little Mermaid, and Jodie Benson was there, and people got videos of Jodie watching Delaney perform, and it is the most wholesome content that exists on the internet right now. Hello, Hope. We're having a cozy day in. Me too. Currently listening to The Honey Witch. How are you liking The Honey Witch? Going to finish this one and then finish I Was a Teenage Slasher. That one is at the top of my list for spooky season, I think. Great picks. Yes. Hello, Lydia. I'm excited that you're here eating breakfast and then diving into a quart of Silver Flames. I just realized y'all can see the packages of puppy pads sitting on top of the box my cat likes to sit in. Well, what a thing for y'all to be looking at. No, I don't have a puppy. I just have a cat that prefers puppy pads. Um, anyway, I think Lydia, you updated this in a second, so I'm going to skip that one. Okay, Danny, it looks like you read about 4% of the housemate is watching. That's good. Favorite Disney song is probably anything from Hunchback. Yes, that's what I said. Most underrated Disney movie, in my opinion, or Tarzan. Favorite villain song, though, is a tie between Be Prepared and Poor Unfortunate Souls. I'd agree with that. I also think Hellfire from Hunchback is a pretty good villain song, and also Friends on the Other Side from Princess and the Frog is a pretty good villain song. Didn't read that sprint, but got some lunch and watched some of the new season of Love Island. I could never really get into it until now. Do y'all think I would like Love Island? This summer I've watched, and this like I don't know why. I don't know why. I watched a season of Too Hot to Handle. I watched both seasons of The Perfect Match, and I watched both seasons of The Mole that are on Netflix. Should I watch Love Island? I don't know. It's one I've never ventured into. I forgot. Favorite Disney song, Color of the Wind from Pocahontas, How Far I'll Go from Moana, and Friend Like Me. Oh, I love that song too. I got to see the original Broadway cast of Aladdin when they were in New York. It's like the only time I've ever been to New York, and I was there for less than 48 hours, but I got to see the original Broadway cast of Aladdin, and the genie was so, so, so good in that song. He did like a whole backflip and everything. It was so good. I'll make a man out of you. Yes. Part of Your World is my favorite. Ariel Girl for life. I love it. No reading, but I did create a profile on Storygraph. Linda, link your Storygraph in Discord so I can go follow you. Powerline is my fave. My current bag is a Loungefly Powerline backpack. Y'all do need to go see the Corbin Blue performance. He did such a good job, and you could tell he was just having like the time of his life doing it. I can't pick a fave, but Into the Unknown. Same. I can never hit Elsa's notes, but I try. Got to page 130 in the Lost Story and got sleepy. So got up to tidy my bookshelf. It's terrible. I'm guessing your bookshelf was terrible and not the Lost Story. And listened to City of Brass and got up to 60%. You are way ahead of me. I'm at 22% right now. Not a huge Disney fan. The shock. And can only think of the Aladdin song because of City of Brass. It's definitely giving off Aladdin vibes at parts. You should have then watched the movie at the end of the year so they finally have context. So I don't really have much time to show movies in my classroom, but ever since COVID, we eat lunch in our classroom. So we have like 20 to 25 minutes a day where they're eating lunch. And the way our like boards work in our classroom is you cannot stream by airplaying from your computer to the smart board. The only thing I can AirPlay from is my phone, and so I have Disney Plus on my phone, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it just stays like trying to connect the whole entire day. So I have shown them some Disney movies. I show How to Train Your Dragon every year, but because it takes so long to connect and the kids just get frustrated and then I get frustrated, I typically just do there's a YouTube channel that does Disney Jeopardy, and I usually just put that on for them. There's also one Disney, not Disney, there's one YouTube channel that just plays Phineas and Ferb like 24/7. And so typically we watch Phineas and Ferb at lunch. Lost track of time. That's okay, Amy. I have that VHS of The Lion King too. It is such a nostalgic memory of those commercials playing back to back. And Angels in the Outfield, that commercial was definitely on there. And I feel like there was one more. Pocahontas, Angels in the Outfield, Disney World. If it comes back to me, I'll let you know. But it was a very, very nostalgic commercial. Hello, Julie. I want to start moving more and I think it would help a lot, but do I need to spend that money? Not so much. Book wise, I think I'm in the mood for a middle grade book. I am not the go to person for middle grade, but if anybody in the comments is, maybe they have some suggestions. I read middle grade every now and then. It's just kind of one of those things where I have so many books I want to read, and middle grade never seems to creep to the top of the list. Totally agree with Kindle on Make a Man Out of You. Yes. I'm listening to the audio of The Husbands and I'm liking it. I think if I was reading it with my eyes, I might not enjoy it as much. I'm at 75%, but so far so good. I'm interested too if my experience would have been different if I listened to the audiobook. I felt like reading it physically, it got a little bit like repetitive and like, okay, where are you actually headed with the story? And everybody at book club thought the same thing, but nobody at book club listened to the audiobook. So don't know. Totally geared up at I don't know if you meant geared up or teared up, but they both work at Jodie's daughter singing to her mom. Oh, you just answered teared up. It was so, so sweet. And it also looked like a very immersive production of The Little Mermaid. Like there were people sitting at like a long table. Like it looked like you were in a grotto. And there's a scene, when Ariel is a human and she's like running around doing her stuff and like fitting in with the humans, and like there's audience members seated at the table and Ariel and Eric are just like sitting there at the table with them singing. It looked like a really, really cool production. Jodie Benson is from your hometown. I liked them all. I got rid of my subscription before the second season came out though. The second season I liked even better than the first season, but I watched the second season first and then went back to the first season. I don't have my own Netflix account right now. I don't know that Netflix has figured that out yet, so I hope they're not tracking me right now. But Brent and I share an account and do not live in the same household, and they haven't kicked me off yet. Sorting diamonds to start a new diamond painting and listening to a Christmas cozy. That's fun. Both of those things are fun. We are having book club tomorrow, and instead of like having a book that we read, we're doing like this is like our annual party for like our anniversary of starting this book club. And so we're just like eating and hanging out and like doing book crafts. I'm going to bring my Cricut so that people can cut out bookmarks if they want to. But there's some people that want to diamond paint the covers of their books, and I just don't know if I can do that. I'll bring my diamond painting supplies and they can bedazzle their book covers if they want to, but I just don't think I can. I'll make bookmarks though. Favorite Disney song? That's too hard. I followed you on Storygraph and sent you a friend request. I'll check that out during the next sprint. I know, I love How to Train Your Dragon, and I think that my cat Sherlock looks like Toothless, so I love that. Why am I remembering Pizza Hut commercials being on VHS movies? I don't remember this. I don't know. Not down for diamond painting book covers. Yeah, I'm down for diamond painting diamond paintings, but I just don't think I could do it to a book cover. Now if I had like an extra like copy of a book, maybe, but like what would I do with that book? Like display it, I guess? I don't know. I think we're also gonna like rank the books that we read for book club this year according to how much we liked them and give like superlative awards because there are some clear winners for the books that we did not like that we read this year. I keep thinking I should have named Zoe Toothless. She looks a lot like him and acts like a dragon. That's funny. I'm trying to decide if this next sprint I want to keep going with Nestlings or if I want to get back into City of Brass. I think if I pick up City of Brass, I probably am only going to get one chapter read during the sprint. But I have to finish both of these by the end of the month, and I have other books that I want to read. So I feel like I need to balance it out. But this one is so intriguing so far. I didn't know anything about it, but it's about this couple and their infant child, and they're like very middle class people, and they get selected for a housing lottery in New York City that basically moves them into this really, really fancy, nice apartment that's on like the 25th floor of a building. But the mom is paralyzed from her childbirth. Um, but there was a scene with a roach, and just can't. I can't. But everything else that's happening is so intriguing. So I think I'm going to read that again this sprint, and then the sprint after that, I'll pick this up. But I also need to make myself some coffee and some lunch, and I'm just blabbering. So, Liv, you haven't read this, right? Like it's not just a roach scurrying across the floor. Oh my gosh. It is mm, mm. There's nobody that I can like get to understand what I went through with this scene of this book except for the people that have read it. It's terrible. I haven't read it. I'm too scared. So far, nothing's been scary. It's just been weird. But I'm also like, is it weird that right now my like go-to preference for books is either horror or romance, and neither of those are my number one genre. Like fantasy is my number one genre, but all I want to read is things that are going to make me scared or things that are going to make me swoon. So I don't know what that says about the stage of my life that I'm in right now, but let's read again. That sounds like a great idea. I don't know if I'm going to do another question this round or not, but if I do, I'll put it on the screen. But I'm going to Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How was reading that time? I forgot to put another little question on the countdown screen, but that's okay. So, how was everybody's reading? I made some lunch. I had some leftover barbecue chicken, rice, vegetables from the other night, and it was quite tasty. Zelda read with me for a little bit, and then she decided she was bored. I read some more of Nestings, Nestlings. I feel like I keep getting that title wrong. But um, in a very weird way, this book is like Lock Every Door from Riley Sager meets Every Murder. No, Every Murder in the Building. The Selena Gomez show. Every. No, not Every Murder in the Building. Why can I not think of it? Somebody help me out. That that show. But also like with some weird horror stuff in there too. So let me back up and see how everybody did. Liv said she was too scared of this book. Um, Lindsay, I think you said that this is on your TBR. You looked for it at Barnes and Noble, but they only had the author's other book, which I think is called like Mary or something. I remember when that one came out, but I never heard any reviews about it. No bugs ever. Bugs are gross. Fear the Swoon. Horror and romance. Fear the Swoon. That should be a shirt. Oh, hi, Em. Sad to be late. Had to run errands. That's okay. I think I'm going to be reading for quite a while today, so maybe even longer than our normal 3 sprints. So I'll be here. I'll be around. Trying to finish No Good Tea Goes Unpunished and then get back to City of Brass. Where are you in City of Brass? Hello, Susan. Welcome. We had a countdown. Thank you. 15 pages, but what I read was wow. Meg Schaefer is easily a top fave author of all time. Also had to make myself an iced oatmeal cookie latte. Haven't had my coffee yet, but that will be happening soon. Got to page 151 of The Lost Story, right? Okay, only murders. I was like, every murders? All murders? Only murders in the building. Only murders in the building, yes. Just got some groceries and back at work updating my website a bit. I need to go onto your website and look at what I would like to buy myself for my birthday soon. Really enjoying Things You Save in a Fire. That's so good. Not much reading that sprint, but snuggled up with my Kindle, page turner, and mug of tea to get some good pages in on the next one. That sounds like the coziest afternoon ever. I've never heard of Nestlings, but I love both of those. So that's in like the vibes of the building because they're in this like very historic apartment building in New York. And like it's a very rich people apartment. And they were just talking about the history of the apartment. And there was a scene in Only Murders in the Building that reminded me of a scene they found out about in the history of the apartment that involved the roof. And it reminded me of season 1 of Only Murders in the Building. So if you know about those two things, you might be able to piece it together. But the verdict is still out. I'm only like 34 pages in, but the verdict is still out. I like it so far though. Can't wait to read Things You Save in a Fire. Okay, chapter 4 of City of Brass. You're not too far behind me. I think I'm on my bookmark fell out in the middle of the night last night, so now I don't know where I am. I think I'm on chapter 6, which I'm on chapter 6, which is a page 111. Oh, good. Longer sprints. This should help since I've been messing around doing everything but reading for the past hour. Well, I think I'll be here for most of the day. Yes, I like coffee too. It's been on my list since last year. Hey, City of Brass, I have owned since 2022, and I'm just now reading it. Really enjoyed that Catherine Center. Yay. Lots of love for the books today, guys. Read up to 82% in The Husbands, hoping to finish this up today. If I'm remembering correctly, the chapters in that book are pretty short, and I felt like I flew through the end of it. Read It Live so far. It's up there on my list of hers that I have read. That's good because she has quite a few out. Me too, without the page turner, which I really need to look into. Honestly, the page turner was such a good investment, especially if you like to be like cozy under a blanket and not having to like take your hands out to turn a page. It was well worth the investment for me. Yes, the chapters in City of Brass are so long. I feel like they average like 30 to 35 pages each. And once I said this earlier, but like once you're in the chapter, it doesn't feel like they're as long as they are. But like, I don't know if anybody else is like this. I think I started doing it when I first read Harry Potter. But at the beginning of a chapter, I like to flip through and I like to find out where the next chapter starts. And I don't know why I do this, but I've always done it. And so this next chapter ends on page 132 and starts on page 110. That's actually a shorter chapter for this book. I don't know if my brain likes to have like a finish line, but I have to do that. Susan, what are you reading today? I know you started another book on Tuesday night. I don't know if you finished that one and started something else or if you're still reading that same book. I know, I feel like everyone is just having good luck with their books right now. I don't know how much reading I'll get done for the rest of the month because I just started Vanderpump Rules from the beginning. Oops. Hey, you fill your time with what you want to fill your time with. Me with Love Island. I do that too. I legit thought I was the only person. I don't know. Like and sometimes I would be like, okay, I want to get to chapter 5 tonight. And so I would like scroll. I would flip all the way to chapter 5 and be like, okay, that's 50 pages. So I need to read this much before this and this time. Anyway, I've always done that since I was a little kid. I do that too with chapters. We are planners. Yes. It's the planner in me. It helps me feel productive or something. And then you can like mentally like keep a log of how much space is decreasing. Yes, because I have my bedroom window open all winter. I need that page turner to my hand so they can stay under the blankets. In the winter, I will legit have my Snuggie on. I'll have my heated blanket. I'll have my weighted blanket. I am like in the zone of comfort and I cannot be bothered to get my hands out of the blankets. So that page turner is my saving grace during the winter time. Liv finally getting on Love Island. I still don't know if I need to start it, but I love reality TV, especially if it's trashy. Zelda, honey, I do not understand this cat. She thinks that anyway. Um, I've always known that with chapters since I was younger, but reading on an e-reader has made that so simple, especially because it tells you how much time you have left in the chapter. I feel like that's the equivalent on an e-reader. Okay, that's the book that you started the other day. Listening to The Comfort of Ghosts by Jacqueline Winspear, set in England, 1945. That just sounds like such a charming little time period. A Maisie Dobbs mystery. I have not heard of the Maisie Dobbs mystery, like that title, but I feel like I've heard of The Comfort of Ghosts before. Or maybe I've seen it in the bookstore. Unsure, but I definitely heard of it before. Yeah, Zelda just got in a little bit of trouble, but it's my fault because I changed out the puppy pad that was over there and I forgot to put a new puppy pad down and she was trying to do her thing. So I need to put a puppy pad down. I have to hop off now because husband wants to play a game. Well, obviously go spend time with your family. Thanks for the sprint. You are welcome. I like the time tracking on an e-reader, but nothing beats flipping forward in a physical book to check off how many pages left. I also sometimes when I was a kid would just put like a bookmark at a random spot in the book and I would be like, I'm not going to stop reading till I get to this spot. But that was also before I had a laptop or a phone. And so that was my like prime task at hand. Anyway, guys, let's go ahead since we're going to be reading all day and let's start another sprint. Welcome back, friends. How was that for everybody? I made it to page 54, and I think that's a good spot to go ahead and switch to reading City of Brass for a little while. I really like this book so far. Um, I'm curious to see what like themes and emotions it's going to continue to explore because I feel like that's what horror does. At least like I don't read like body horror that exists just to like mess with you. I feel like the horror I read is always exploring something like grief, or in this case like motherhood and depression. So I'm curious to see what else it has to say. But time to jump back into City of Brass because I obviously am enjoying that and I need to read that. I did make myself a coffee. But let's see. I miss being able to read for a long period of time without getting sleepy. Same. Doesn't help that I'm reading in an egg chair swing and I'm about to literally swing myself to sleep. Like, what was it about being a kid where we could just like stay up? The second I am horizontal, I'm gone. Sorry, missed the last chat. Got your diamonds all sorted, listened to 7% of your book, and took a shower. You have been productive today, Jules. Going to keep listening while I get ready. Have to run to the store soon. Hey, kitten. Are you coming to visit? No? Okay. I made a quesadilla and listened to my book. A quesadilla sounds delicious. I was trying to think if I had a tortilla because I thought quesadillas might sound good for dinner, but I don't think I do. I'm up to 80% and no good tea goes unpunished. I like it, but it seems like it's taking me forever to get through. You're almost done though. Got a lot of my inventory updated, and I think I'm going to make some lunch. What are you making for lunch, Rachel? I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to make for dinner. My house is kind of bare bones pantry wise right now. I'm trying to save my money for my little day trip I'm going on next week and not grocery shop and just like eat what I have left in the house. I might make some fancy ramen for dinner. Doing good, up to 92%, so I'll probably finish on the next sprint. Woohoo! Made it to page 46 in The Lost Story. You know how you just want to cry because how emotional you can be by just how good the book is? Yes, and I love that feeling and hate it at the same time. So good. I'm so happy it's working for so many people. She has something magic, doesn't she? Meg Schaefer. And like The Wishing Game wasn't even my favorite book. And I think I've talked a little bit about the things in that book that didn't work for me. And it was all coming like from a teacher's viewpoint. But even so, even with me not thinking that that book was a perfect book, there was something so just magical and wholesome about what she wrote. And I'm sure she's doing that with The Lost Story too. Switched to Redeeming Six while I ate lunch. Which book is that? Like book one, two, three, four? I don't know anything about that series except that the books are really big. Got 24 pages that round into A Court of Silver Flames. I can tell that Cassian is going to be a new favorite. Where is Kindle? Kindle loves Cassian too. That's okay. I really love City of Brass, so I hope you do too. Yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it so far. She is a master of atmosphere so far. Anyway, and I loved her other book, The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi, and it's fun, like, having read that one first and then going back to this one. There's definitely Easter eggs that the two books share. I get that, Tara. I'm making a coffee now for sure. Let's just all join that coffee club. Just got to the store. I'm going to listen to the chat while I shop. Are you grocery shopping, Jules? Not me zooming in to see Kitten's sweet face. She is not my social butterfly, so she probably looks like she hates everything right now. Yeah. Are you okay? But I promise she is so sweet and cuddly and she wants to be. But right now she's like, please let me go, mom. Okay, I'm gonna let her go. Zelda will probably come back. And now she's just sitting there staring at me. I was watching a cooking YouTube channel the other day, and the person made a homemade tortilla with just flour and water. I need to get on TikTok. I'm sure there's TikTok tutorials of that. I just picked up Amina Al Sarafi on my trip. It's the UK cover. That cover is gorgeous. I love the US cover too. I just think it's very like fantastical and fun and fits the vibe, but the UK cover is gorgeous. Getting groceries. Gotcha. Redeeming Six is the fourth book, Joey's second book. Okay. I don't know that I will ever get to that series, but I kind of feel like I live vicariously through all the people that read it. Rachel Catherine and Destiny, and just like I feel like it's all over YouTube. And even if you're not reading it, you kind of still enjoy it. Kind of like Magnolia Parks. Although I was so close to picking up Magnolia Parks at Barnes and Noble yesterday, but I'm still holding out hope that I will break down and buy the original covers and not the ones with the feet on the cover, the shoes on the cover. It's just, I don't want those covers. But I did almost buy it because it was on the buy one, get one 50% off shelf. Yeah. Also, has anybody read this book that I'm going to hold up? I have all of my new books I have to haul on my desk. Has anybody read this one? I only know one person that has read it so far. Books with Brittany, who doesn't do YouTube anymore, but she shared this on her Instagram. She gave it 5 stars, and I haven't heard anybody else talking about it. But when I saw it yesterday, I was like, oh, that's the one. So I think this might be my like back to school book. Those new covers of Magnolia Parks are horrible. I agree. I remember when they like first announced them, she did like a press conference or like an author event and unveiled them, and people like had no reaction. That must have been so awkward for her as an author to like sit through, you know? And I know that authors don't get much say unless they're an indie author and what their covers look like. So I wonder like what her actual opinion of those covers is, Jessa Hastings. Never heard of it, but I'm intrigued because baseball. I think this author wrote Love in the Time of Serial Killers as well, but that one never interested me. But this one with the sports romance, and this is kind of like the sports version of like the Done and Dusted covers, with it kind of feeling like vintagey. But I'm really excited to read it. That one's pretty new. Okay, I read the first chapter along with the other couple books, and I like that one best. That's good to know. I just picked up the book and I'm excited to read it. I love baseball. I like baseball if I'm at the baseball game. I don't like watching baseball on the TV. One of your most anticipated summer releases. And you did read Love in the Time of Serial Killers, which was pretty good. I really liked the cover of that one. It was just like I was not in a romance mood at all when that book came out. But now all I want to read is either the scariest things or the sweetest things. So as soon as I finish these two books, and I'm also going to read Project Hail Mary, and then I think I'm also reading a novel love story next week. But after that, I'm going to slide into some of these new romances I got yesterday. Yeah, it is boring to watch on TV, but like my cousin is a huge Atlanta Braves fan. And I remember going to my first Atlanta Braves game with her because that's what she does for her birthday every year. She goes to an Atlanta Braves game, and I went with her one year. And not only was it like a really fun baseball game in general, but it was also Star Wars night. And so like everything was themed Star Wars, and we just had so much fun. We got drinks and food, and the game was really good. Fireworks afterwards. But something about watching it on TV, like you lose all of those little extra fun things. So I don't watch it on TV. I do watch football though. I'm a football girl. SEC, I don't really care much about the NFL, but that's just me. Oh my gosh, I love being at a baseball game too, but it's so boring on TV. I remember going to the Dodger games all the time with my dad as a kid. That's a great memory. Um, I live in Mississippi and we don't have any professional teams. Um, I think as far as like any kind of sports teams, the NFL, like the New Orleans Saints are the closest that we've got. And I do cheer for them whenever they make it to the Super Bowl, but I don't really care who makes it to the Super Bowl. Um, and then we've also got the Atlanta Braves. And for a while, this is the last year of us having a minor league baseball team. We had the Mississippi Braves in my town, like they were in Pearl, Mississippi, but they just announced that they are moving from Pearl. So now we have nothing. When I was growing up, we also had a hockey team called the Jackson Bandits, and we don't have that anymore. So something needs to come and happen in Mississippi. I don't know what it is about my state that everybody wants to stay away from. I know that is such a sweet memory. That's like me going to the Jackson Bandits games with my dad. She also wrote With Love from Cold War, which I also haven't read. It's workplace rivals at a theme park called Cold World and a secret Santa. Is the secret Santa at Cold World? Obviously need to read. So it's like a Christmassy book? Do I need to read this at Christmas time? That sounds really cool and unique. When I watch baseball on TV, I actually pay attention to the game. I get so distracted at the stadium. I love baseball. I'm glad that like there are people that watch it and tune in on the TV. My cousin watches every game. Anyone looking forward to the Olympics? Yes. Although maybe I'm crazy. And I feel like every time I have talked about this with somebody, they have been like, no, it's the same. I feel like the Olympics are starting later than normal this year. But also, it might be because I'm going back to school earlier. I just thought of that. Because I feel like I've been able to enjoy the Olympics on my summer break, but the Olympics start on the day I go back to work this year. And that's a really big bummer for me because some of the events that I like to watch are the horseback riding events because that's what I grew up doing and competing in. And they come on at like 2 in the morning. So I'm very bummed out. But I did think about doing like a 48-hour Olympic readathon. I haven't organized this at all in my brain yet, but I thought that might be fun and do like an opening ceremony sprint and then just having like a little graphic to fill out with what all you read during the 48 hours. Let me know if that would be fun for anybody because I definitely thought about that. Fresno State University is a feeder game to the San Francisco Giants, so baseball is huge here, and I need to go more because the games are so fun. If I ever make it out there, I would love to go to a Giants game. Yes, so excited about the Olympics. What is everybody's favorite Olympic sport to watch? I obviously love the horseback riding. Um, I obviously, if you look at me, I don't look like I'm a runner right now, but I do still love to run. And so I love watching all of the running events, the swimming, the gymnastics. It's just like it just makes me so happy. Um, I know there's other sports, but I feel like those are the really big ones. Synchronized swimming, beach volleyball. Yeah, I thought that was fun too. And I think I would just make it for everybody and not Patreon just because the Olympics are like every 4 years. So I want everyone to be included. I do not have Peacock. Maybe I need to get the trial just so that I can watch some of the Olympics. They have a special area for some of the different events, hoping they'll be able to have replays there. Yeah, because the stadium jumping is my absolute favorite thing to watch. Also, because horseback riding is, at least to my knowledge, unless something has been added, the only Olympic sport where men and women compete against each other, which I also think is really cool. They have a special area, some of the different events. Yeah, gymnastics and swimming for sure, because those were sports growing up. Is that what you did growing up? Is that what you were trying to say, Liv? For summer, I always love the swim and the dive events. I like the winter games better, I think. Me too. Me too. One of my favorite movies of all time, and please chime in if you ever watch this movie because it is one of my all-time favorites. I can probably quote the whole thing, is Cool Runnings, the Jamaican bobsled team movie, gymnastics and swimming. I love watching the diving, but now that I have Peacock, I want to find events that aren't normally televised, like archery, skeet shooting, and canoe racing. We forget that some of these events exist, don't we? I did not know canoe racing was an Olympic sport. I like gymnastics and ice skating. I know that's probably Winter Olympics. Gymnastics and swimming are top two. I just think beach volleyball is so much fun to watch and some of the track stuff. How fun would it be to get gold, silver, and bronze based on how much you read in the 48 hours? Rachel, you are on the same wavelength as me. I've definitely had thoughts about this. I ended up with Peacock so I could watch the Winter Olympics last time, and I still have it. And hello, everyone. Didn't realize we were sprinting until I opened YouTube. I was just going to do Patreon sprints this afternoon because I don't want to say I neglected Patreon during my show, but I wasn't as active as I could have been. But then I was like, you know what? It's Saturday afternoon. Lots of people are at home, so I opened it up to everybody. Gymnastics and skating, I think, things I could absolutely never do at all, let alone at that level. Amen to that. I like the idea of having sprints or a readathon during the Olympics. Well, I know it'll be kind of like spur of the moment, but give me this weekend to think about it and plan it. And maybe the last week of the Olympics, we can do something fun. Yes, I love Cool Runnings. So I had four cousins who were very close in age to me, and we all like were a character growing up. Did anybody else do that as kids? Like you were a character. So I was always Sanka because I was the weird cousin, and we would just run around saying all of the characters' quotes. So I would run to my cousin who was uh baldy, but I would say, "Why don't I draw a line down the back of your head and make it look like a butt?" And we just had a lot of fun. We learned the line dance that they do at the bar, and we would do it at the 4th of July. We loved that movie so much. The airline I just flew on had an Olympics theme on the entertainment, and they had Cool Runnings. It's such a good movie. I love the horses. I really used to think that I wanted to like do that as a career. But I don't think I could deal with the stress of competing. I just like riding horses for fun. Swimming, diving. Oh, I forgot about fencing. You used to fence, Susan? That is so cool. That's awesome. Yes, we were all specific color Power Rangers every time we watched. Yep. Can you watch the replays on Peacock? That I don't know. We did the same thing, but with the movie Clue. I did not see the movie Clue until I was like in my 20s. Um, our local professional theater did a production of Clue earlier this year. I auditioned and I got called back, but because of my teaching schedule, I couldn't do it. But my callback was for Miss Peacock. I don't remember now. I want to say there were some replays, but not everything was available for replay. I'm hoping that there's going to be like YouTubers who will do recaps of some of the more like random events, like horseback riding, so that maybe I can still find footage on it. My husband loves fencing. Fencing, the first thing I think of when I hear fencing is the scenes from The Parent Trap, but I don't think I've ever watched it done in like a competitive, like professional manner. So I would love to find some of the fencing stuff. I learned to fence when I went to a British school during junior high. Susan, that's so cool. I want to learn more about your life. You always come in with just like these fun little facts about yourself. And I'm like, I would have never known that. Miss Peacock is the one that no one ever wanted to be, but really, she was the most fun. She just has like the most fun scenes, doesn't she? I believe there are time limits on when you can rewatch events too. I tried to watch some diving events at the last one and couldn't stream everything. Maybe they've got some stuff figured out for this year since I feel like almost everybody streams instead of watches like live TV now. I have some access to live TV because I have Xfinity, but I know I don't have access to everything. Anyway, why don't we read a little bit more? Are we good with 45 minutes or do we want to like go really crazy and do an hour and just come back at the 45-minute mark? I'm kind of feeling an hour. So I'm going to do an hour because it's my sprints. I will see y'all then. I clearly moved to the couch that sprint because I was getting like back pain and seat pain in my little rolling chair. When I move, whenever that may be, and I have my own little reading room in my office, I am investing in a new desk, excuse me, a new desk chair for sure. But how did that go for everybody? I finished the chapter that I was on in Nestlings and got to page like 58 of that book, I think, which is pretty good progress because I started that book today. And then I read about 24 pages of City of Brass. And I might need to look at see if there's like a chapter recap online anywhere because I'm a little bit confused about what I just read. Just in some of the like info dumpy world building chapters. But how did y'all do? I do think that was going to be our last sprint just because I'm starting to get a little bit sleepy. But let's see how everybody did on their reading. There were a couple of Olympic events that you missed Tuesday because of time zones, but don't remember the details. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with all that. This is an extra fun sprint. An hour would be fine. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and I think that the hour was good for everybody, I hope. Definitely finished my book. That's exciting. I know Rachel had to pop out. It was great to have her here. My best friend just dropped by and shared something he'd picked up from the farmer's market. Freeze-dried candy made with Red Hots. I'd never heard of that, and they sure are delightful. I've never had freeze-dried Red Hots, but that does sound really good. I love putting Red Hots on my Christmas cookies when I make Christmas cookies. But I have had freeze-dried Skittles and I've had freeze-dried Nerd gummy clusters, and both of those are delightful. Finish The Husbands. Go, Lindsay. I think my rating is about a 3.5. Definitely not a favorite, but it was certainly unique and not one I will forget. I think I gave it a 3. So pretty similar. Going back to The Last Murder at the End of the World, 62% into this one. I'm curious to how you're liking that one. Got distracted and only had 10 pages that round, which was one chapter. Look, I think I'm about to just lay on the couch and rot for a little while, maybe turn the TV on, but also maybe fall asleep because I'm just getting sleepy. An hour was perfect since I napped through the sprint before that. I think I figured out where It Ends With Us is going. My sprint went exactly the same way. Well, my post-sprint self is about to be exactly the same. Starting to see freeze-dried candy more and more. Skittles are my favorite, as well as caramel apple suckers, like the ones that have like the actual caramel on the suckers. I used to get those. My 6th grade teacher would give those out if we got an A on a test. I have such good memories of those, and that is what the Witch's Brew energy drink tastes like to me. I need to find those freeze-dried suckers. We have people that like locally make them, and I guess that's more like what Susan got since it was from a farmer's market. There is a mom of one of the theater kids who runs a freeze-dried candy business, and she brings those for concessions at all of the theater performances. Got to page 197 of The Lost Story. Really loving it. I didn't read it months ago when I got the ARC. I also have the ARC, and I also did not get around to reading it, but seeing all of these positive reviews makes me want to get to it soon. Alrighty, guys. Caramel apple suckers are the best. Yep, and the Witch's Brew tastes just like it. I'm excited because I think Witch's Brew came out like in August last year, so we should be getting it back soon. Fingers crossed. But like I said, I am about to fall asleep over here, so I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Um, Patreon, we will be sprinting again next Thursday night like normal. I say like normal. We haven't gotten to do that in forever, but it's supposed to be on Thursday nights. And everybody else, I might do one more public sprint for the summer on Monday, just depending on how the day is going. But I'll see y'all soon for sure. I'll be around. I'll be on Instagram. I'll hop in on other people's sprints, but it's nap time. You're so welcome, Linda. And you're welcome, Susan. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend and enjoy your candy. Thanks for the sprints. Off to nap. Happy Saturday, y'all. Happy Saturday. It was a good 4.5 hours with y'all. Made my day. Bye, guys.